Good afternoon, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to today's event titled Sustainable Transport and Mobility for Inclusive and Low Carbon Development. It's jointly organized by the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, then by ESCAP, you're in our premises here, and by the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. My name is Katrin Luger. I represent ESCAP's Transport Division, and it's my honor to be your moderator and MC today. Before we go into the program, let me just point out that this session is being recorded and the recording will be made available after the end of the session. And we have some more participants joining. Welcome. There's a lot of beautiful space at the front of the room, so please don't be shy. We have a full program today and a lot of interesting speakers. So can I just ask our speakers to please keep to your time? And can I ask in advance to please forgive me if I remind you when your time is up? So without further ado, it is my great pleasure to start the session and give the floor to Mr. Wei-Min Ren, Director of ESCAP's Transport Division, for his opening remarks. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Katrin Luger. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my honor to open this session on sustainable transport and mobility for inclusive and low carbon development. I'm very pleased to welcome Ms. Shifa Hadi, Director at the Ministry of Economic Development, Transport and Trade of Maldives, and Dr. Rajibu Alam, Senior Assistant Secretary at the Ministry of Finance of Bangladesh, who will share their national perspectives this afternoon. I'm also very warmly welcome our co-organizer, Mr. Hongliang Yang of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, who will deliver the keynote remarks. Furthermore, very warm welcome to our distinguished panelists from the Asia Transport Observatory, from Safe Tipping, and from UN Habitat. This conference exists to make the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda work as one. Transport is where that ambition meets the ground. So few sectors do more to advance development and few way more heavily on the climate. So how we resolve that tension will shape both agenda. So consider first what transport makes possible. A reliable bus route or rail line is how a child reaches a school and how a patient reaches a clinic. A passable rural road is how a farmer brings a crop to marketplace before it spoils, and how goods cross borders into regional and global trade. So behind a large share of sustainable development goals stands a transport system that works. Now consider its cost. The transport accounts for close to 1/4 of energy-related greenhouse gas emission worldwide, and more than 70% of that comes from road transport. Around 95% of the energy that moves our vehicles still comes from petroleum. So the sector that does so much to connect us is also among the hardest to clean. In Asia and the Pacific, the pressure is greater still. So ESCAP analysis shows that vehicle ownership relative to population has risen by about 64% over the past decade, and that transport carbon emissions have climbed by roughly a third. So according to recent estimates, the transport sector of our region now emits as much as Europe and North America combined. So on recent trends, passenger transport demand could grow by nearly 80% by 2050, while freight demand could double. So we will not meet the Paris goals on a pace like that. So this is the work the decades of sustainable transport was created to take on. So member states have proclaimed 2026 to 2035 as the first United Nations decade of sustainable transport. And its global implementation plan spans every mode from walking and cycling to rail, shipping, and aviation. So two of its focus areas speak directly to this room to advance low carbon, zero carbon, and resilient transport systems, and to ensure access to sustainable transport for all. The solutions are not waiting to be invented. They exist. Public transport that is frequent and reliable enough for people to choose it over their own motorcycles or cars. Electric mobility, whose climate value rises as the power grid behind it gets cleaner. Walking and cycling as the most affordable forms of mobility, yet too often the most neglected. And planning that ties this together as one system rather than a set of separate projects. So what stands between us and scaling these solutions is not technology. It is implementation. And implementation hinges on finance. The numbers here are sobering. The Asian Development Bank estimates that Asia must invest about 1.7 trillion US dollars in infrastructure every year through 2030 to keep growth on track and respond to climate change. The transport is the second largest part of that need after energy. Yet the region today invests little more than half of what is needed. Public budgets alone will not close a gap of that size. So this is why multilateral development banks are central to the task, and why I'm glad that we will hear from the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank in a moment. So finance also has to reach the right places. So too much capital still moves toward easy returns, and too little toward the economies and the communities that need it most. So that is the real test of whether this transition is shared. So distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. So this brings me to a part of this agenda. So we must never treat as an afterthought. So access to transport is not equal for a woman traveling after dark, or for any older passenger, or one with disability. A system that is unsafe or unaffordable becomes a barrier to everything behind the journey itself. The transition in the workforce must be just as well. Across our region, women hold only about 16% of the jobs in transport. As fleets electrify and technologies shift, we must carry the existing workforce forward through retraining and social protection, so that a cleaner transport system is also a fairer one. A transition that leaves people behind will not last. So ISCAP works with member states across the whole of its agenda. So from regional connectivity to electric mobility and road safety. So our next 5-year work program, the Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific, 2027 to 2031, reflects the regional ambition to advance sustainable development of the transport sector in Asia and the Pacific. And I hope many of you will join us in November this year when our transport ministers come together for the 5th Ministerial Conference to adopt this work program. The next 75 minutes are built for substance rather than speeches. So we will hear the financing perspective from the Asian Infrastructure Development Investment Bank, then national experience from Maldives and from Bangladesh. So our panelists will turn to what works and what does not in delivering transport that is low emission and inclusive. So I thank all our speakers for sharing their insights and all of you for your active participation. So I wish us an interactive and productive session. I thank you.
Thank you so much for getting us started and for setting the scene for this session. Moving on, we have the privilege to hear the keynote titled Financing for Sustainable Transport and Low Carbon Development from our partners at AIIB. It's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Hongliang Yang, Manager of the Investment Solutions Sectors, Themes and Finance Solutions Department. Mr. Yang, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Katrin. Good afternoon. Firstly, say thanks to the organizer to invite Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank to this important event. I'm Hongliang Yang, Manager of Investment Solutions, at AIIB. Today I would like actually to quickly introduce, the AIIB's perspective and also our current practice on financing green and smart public transport projects, drawing on AIIB's, strategy priority, and proven, project experience, relevant, to Asia's, the urban transformation. Next slide. So AIIB actually, as you may know, started its operation in January 2016 and currently has 111 approved members across Asia and beyond. This broad membership actually, enable us to, support regional cooperation and cross-border solutions effectively. Next. So AIIB's financing strategy centers on 4 thematic priorities. They are actually green infrastructure, connectivity and regional, cooperation, technology, and private capital mobilization. Actually among of which, green infrastructure actually is used to support members in achieving their environmental, goals and commitments under the Paris Agreement and also UN SDGs. So as of March 2026, AIIB has already approved more than $22 billion, of projects, of which about 1/4 is on transport. So AIIB also holds, AAA ratings with a stable outlook, from S&P, from Moody, from Fitch, reflecting the bank's prudent financial management, the positions and also strong capital base and disciplined risk, the framework. Why this thing is important? With a AAA rating, it allows, AIIB to raise, the funds from international capital market at a relatively, low cost. When we have, low financing costs, we can support our clients, the sovereign client and also private sector clients in a better way. So AIIB's transport sector strategy, is anchored in these 5 principles. They are ensuring economic and financial viability and also promoting environmental and social sustainability. Just now when Mr. Ren made his opening remarks, I actually note down several keywords, something like low carbon resilient transport systems, sustainable transport, electrical mobility, and also the development financing, inclusive access to transport. I think, maybe, our interpretation is a little bit different, but the main focus, of AIIB and also SCAP are quite the same thing. So AIIB's transport sector strategy, these guiding principles, they together deliver a firm commitment actually to sustainability in all the key dimensions. covering economic, financial, environmental, and social. The sector strategy actually explicitly, address the challenges such as, resource constraints, the complexity of integrating transport networks, and also, the high environmental social impact, of transport projects for any, society. So development issues. We think, the conventional public transport system across many Asian cities, suffer from deep structural, weaknesses if left unaddressed. These deficiencies drive commuters away from public sector, toward private vehicles. This creates actually a vicious, cycle. That is, as a public transport, become less reliable and less attractive, more people opt for, private vehicles. This makes the road congestion, to become worse, further degrading, bus service quality and also passenger experience. This, vicious cycle makes sustainable urban mobility increasingly difficult to achieve. So, we need to change that. So modern battery electric buses come into actually the picture. Battery electric buses have zero tailpipe emissions, even when accounting for the indirect emissions produced in the electricity generation process. Battery electric buses still reduce around 30 to 40% less greenhouse gas, according to some latest actually research. Of course, greening of the electricity in the grid will further reduce the greenhouse gas emissions of electric buses. But we should say a modern smart bus system is far more than an electric fleet. It is actually an integrated digital ecosystem. It at least includes these four different layers. The first layer is a hardware layer. It includes smart vehicles, smart infrastructure, charging facilities, and also the second layer is the connectivity layer. That actually means the 4G, 5G, communication technology infrastructure. Another layer is the data and control layer. This may means digital infrastructure at the the user side, and also physical infrastructure at the the company side. So the one more layer is on the application layer. That means actually the passenger apps and also the operator maps. With these maps, both the passenger and operator can enjoy real-time information. When you have data, so when you have information, you can do a lot of the value additions. You can bring a lot of value additions to the public transport services. And together, putting all these things together, these components, transform the public transport from a static utility into a responsive, adaptive service platform capable of meeting evolving urban demands. So what can be called as green smart public transport systems? So simply speaking, that's a kind of combination between the electric buses and information, Internet of Things. When you put these things together, it can deliver the compounding benefits across the transport value chain. For the government, it can gain a powerful tool actually to improve air quality, to improve the urban environment. It can provide sustainable public transport solutions to its residents. Also, when you have a lot of accurate information, the system can actually give you a chance, for your decision making, for the government to make more scientific the decision on the the public transport investment. At the opposite side, the companies, can achieve measurable efficiency gains through predictive maintenance, and also centralized control and optimized deployment, with real-time vehicle monitoring and also scheduling. At the passenger and also resident side, they can enjoy safer, greener, and faster, the public transport services, but with real-time information sharing. This integrated model does not merely merely replace old buses. It fundamentally upgrade the entire public transport experience and system. So AIB does not, does not only imagine in this thing, in our offices. We also did some practice in the field. 4 years ago, AIB supported a green smart public transport project in China's Liaoning province. The total, project investment cost is around $210 million, of which around, $150 million are coming from, AIB, sovereign loan of AIB. This project is to actually support, the 5 small and medium-sized cities in Liaoning province. They are highlighted in blue, in the picture. Mainly we are doing 3 things. The first thing is the procurement of e-buses with innovative technical modifications. Secondly, to help them to install, the charging facilities. The last one is to help, them to upgrade the traditional, bus management system to digitalize the public transport management platforms. So one of the most innovative outcomes of the Liaoning project actually is the Panjin City's Bus Plus model, which redefines the role of public transport as a multi-purpose urban service platform. How did they do that? Actually, they made a lot of innovations at the investment side and also at the policy side. The first innovation I want to mention here is actually Bus Plus Postal Service. The leveraging high-frequency urban-rural bus routes to transport postal parcels to every village, by reusing existing postal stations, integrating existing postal branches and village postal stations, to eliminate redundant investment. They achieve actually very good result. By doing that, actually the bus company helped to remove the last mile bottleneck for universal postal services. This is one. And secondly, second innovation is bus plus logistics. All AIB funded, the buses actually equipped with, the cargo holds and cold chain compartment, which can be used to move, the consumer goods, downstream to each villages, and also move, the fresh agricultural produce, upstream to the cities. It realized, actually 12-hour delivery across all rural area. This not only provide additional value additions, to, the rural villages and also to the bus companies, but also help, achieved, actually additional revenue streams. The third innovation, is actually Bus Plus customized services. Actually a kind of model, they call that the farmer and also market lands, through which actually the bus service are synchronized with local markets to provide dedicated transport, for farmers. This is a kind of responding to the rural farmers' demand. Flexible routing to remote areas to ensure no village is left behind.
Excuse
So
me, may
this
I ask
actually
you to wrap
approach.
up, please.
Yeah. This approach actually demonstrates how integrated thinking can simultaneously improve service coverage and enhance financial sustainability, and also increase development impact of public transport, the investment. So AIB stands ready, to partner with all stakeholders, to design and finance green, smart, and financially viable, public transport systems. For further discussions, please feel free to contact me at this email address. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yang, for sharing this very interesting example. And we can see that transport is not only an integration between sustainable technologies and digital solutions, but also really contributes to leaving no one behind. Let us now hear from two of our member states as we explore the key aspects of inclusive and low carbon transport and mobility, and of course also how to finance all these. First of all, we're honored to welcome Ms. Shifa Hadi, Director in the Ministry of Economic Development, Transport and Trade of the Maldives. I know you had a very challenging journey coming here to Bangkok, so thank you very much, even more so for being here with you, and the floor is yours, please.
Good afternoon, distinguished moderator and delegates. It's an honor to join this important session on sustainable transport and mobility for inclusive and low carbon development. For Maldives, we recognize sustainable transport as a core climate priority. Transport is a major source of global greenhouse gas emission, and the decisions we make in this sector will directly shape our ability to meet climate commitments while advancing our sustainable development. And also, at the same time, transport is one of the most practical areas where climate action can improve our people's daily lives. It affects access to education, healthcare, employment, markets, public service, and economic opportunity for our people. This is why transition to low carbon mobility must also be inclusive, affordable, and reliable, safe and reliable. For the Maldives, this agenda is particularly significant as a small island developing state. We face the combined realities of climate vulnerability, geographical dispersion, limited land, dependence on imported fuel, and the need to maintain reliable connectivity across our island communities. And in this context, sustainable transport is central to resilience, inclusion, economic stability, and climate action. A credible low carbon transport transition must be system wide. It cannot depend on a single technology or one policy measure. Electric mobility has an important role, but it must be supported by the right enabling environment, including clean energy, infrastructure, standards, and institutional capacity. Public transport is equally essential because it can reduce emissions while expanding access and reducing pressure on limited road space that we have. Active mobility also has a role, particularly where urban planning can support safer, healthier, and more efficient environment. For island states like us, sustainable mobility must also recognize the importance of maritime connectivity. Ferries, harbors, inter-island transport, logistic, and last mile access are fundamental to inclusion and national resilience. A low carbon mobility agenda must therefore reflect both land and maritime transport realities. And financing remains one of the most important conditions for implementation. Many developing countries and small island developing states like us face high infrastructure cost, limited fiscal space, and capacity constraints. Low carbon transport requires investment not only on cleaner vehicles but in the wider system that allows sustainable mobility to function effectively. This is where international cooperation is essential. Climate finance, development finance, multilateral support, and private sector participation must be accessible, practical, and responsive to national circumstances. For small island states, even projects that appear modest in scale can have a significant impact on resilience, access, and emission reduction. So the transition must also be just. As technologies, standards, and service model evolve, the transport workforce, the operators, the regulators, and service providers must be supported with skills and institutional capacity needed to participate in and sustain the transition. Inclusivity must remain at the center of sustainable transport. A transport system cannot be considered sustainable if it includes those who depend on it most. Women, children, older persons, persons with disabilities, workers, students, and communities outside major urban centers must be considered in planning, financing, and service delivery. For the Maldives, sustainable transport is therefore a climate priority with direct development value. It can reduce emissions, lower dependence on imported fossil fuels, improve access to service, strengthen resilience, support economic activity, and improve the quality of our life. And as we move forward, the key message is clear. Low carbon mobility must be planned as an integrated system. It must connect transport with energy, land use, infrastructure, financing, digital transformation, safety, and human capacity. The Maldives remain committed to advancing sustainable transport in a manner that is realistic, inclusive, and climate aligned. We look forward to continued cooperation with international partners, financial institutions, regional organizations, and fellow members to accelerate practical implementations. Let me conclude by emphasizing that sustainable transport is not a secondary issue in the climate agenda. It is one of the most practical pathways through which countries can reduce emissions, strengthen resilience, and deliver an inclusive development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam, for sharing the views of a small island developing state as the representative of the Maldives. And both speakers, all three speakers so far have already mentioned the financing dimension. So let's hear from somebody who is in the middle of all that. Sharing experiences from Bangladesh, Dr. Rajibul Alam, Senior Assistant Secretary of the Ministry of Finance. Floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, representative of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, and ladies and gentlemen. A very warm good afternoon to you all. It is a profound honor to stand before this distinguished gathering on behalf of the Government of Bangladesh and Ministry of Finance. Bangladesh is home about to 170 million people, the majority living on delta that sits less than 10 meters above sea level. Studies project that by 2050, 1 in every 7 Bangladeshis, approximately 20 million people, could be displaced by rising seas and climate-induced flooding. Each year, seasonal floods already inundate nearly a third of our territory, destroying roads, bridges, railway lines, that millions of people are dependent on this. For Bangladesh, sustainable transport is not a policy abstraction. Sustainable transport is a matter of survival, dignity, and development justice. It is against this backdrop that we warmly welcome the declaration of 2026 to 2035 as the first United Nations Decade of Sustainable Transport. From the perspective of Bangladesh Ministry of Finance, the central challenge before this session is mobilizing finance at the scale and speed this transformation demands. According to the Asian Development Bank, developing Asia and the Pacific needs around $1.7 trillion annually in the infrastructure investment through 2030. While the annual financing gap is estimated at about $459 billion, underscoring the need for scale-up public, private, and concessional finance. Without a fundamental restructuring of how we finance sustainable transport, the ambitions of the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda will remain out of reach of the most vulnerable nations. Respected colleagues, Bangladesh has taken concrete steps for sustainable and low-carbon transport development. We have operationalized a climate fiscal framework that tracks and channels climate-relevant public expenditure. We have invested in the Dhaka Mass Rapid Transit, the metro rail, which carries over 200,000 passengers daily, reducing private vehicle use and cutting urban carbon emissions. In the metro rail, there is a separate compartment for women and a special system for the disabled, children, and aged people. We are investing in climate resilient rural roads under the programs like local government engineering departments, rural infrastructure development. Bangladesh recent policy direction, NDC 3, and other related plans, and as reflected in the current government election manifesto 2026 of the recent government, strongly support the sustainable and inclusive low carbon mobility. These policy documents commits to building an integrated, efficient, green, and inclusive transport system, expanding the railways, improving waterways, introducing bike sharing and bicycles lanes in Dhaka, and promoting electric vehicles in major cities. And to implement this, we have a huge finance gap, and we need finance for implementing this type of green transport. Respected colleagues, inclusive mobility must sit at the very core of our financing decision, not as an afterthought, but as a design principle. In Bangladesh, women make up nearly half of the population, yet face some disproportionate barriers to safe, affordable transport. Persons with disability remain almost entirely excluded from our formal transport system. In this context, we must also accelerate the deployment of digital tools and integrated planning to make our transport system smarter and more efficient. South-South and triangular cooperation with the Asia-Pacific region can be a powerful accelerant here. A structured regional knowledge exchange mechanism facilitated by UN ESCAPE could dramatically compress the learning curve for sustainable transport transition across our region. In addition, the role of AIIB could be a great help for the region because they are giving financing for the green carbon transport, and I highly welcome and I'm requesting AIB to finance more for this sustainable transportation system. I am in the last stage of my speech. There is Bangladesh stands ready as a committed partner, as an evidence-driven policymaker, and as a nation that has earned its voice on climate action through decades of frontline experience, to work alongside every nation and institution in this room toward the future. We will move forward. The only question is whether we move forward together with the urgency and solidarity that is this generation is demanding. This is all from my side. I sincerely thank you all for patience and kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for also introducing the resilience aspect into the discussion. Let us now switch gears and hear from our panelists. So can I thank all our speakers here on the podium, and can I ask you to take your seats, please? And I'll introduce our panelists and ask you, please, to come up here and join me. So first up, Mr. Sadir Gota is the co-team lead of the Asian Transport Observatory. Welcome. Next is Ms. Kalpana Wiswanath, co-founder and CEO of Safety Pin. And last but certainly not least, Ms. Chloe Pottinger-Glass, Project Associate for Climate Change and Urban Environment at UN Habitat. Please take your seats. So I will give each panelist 4 minutes for an initial intervention, and then we'll open the floor for questions from the audience. So please prepare yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, and you'll have an opportunity, of course, to ask our panelists, but also our speakers. We start with Sudhir. As we look to financing, for your first intervention, please go ahead.
Thank you. Should I start with the question or? Yeah. Or okay. From morning onwards, I've been hearing about the synergies in the Paris Agreement and the SDGs. From the transport sector perspective, I come from an initiative which tracks global agreements, regional agreements, and we collect a lot of transport data. We collect more than 500 indicators at the national level. One progress, if I have to say, that glass is half full when we talk about transport decarbonization. We have made some progress. limited one, but we have made some progress. But if you think of sustainable transport, the glass is half empty. We have whatever the progress which we have made, it is getting stagnated. And I have evidence to show why this is so. So here I'll stop.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think we'll come back to you in a minute because I know you have some very challenging numbers for us to share. Let me turn to Ms. Kapana to share with us some reflections on what are the most frequent gaps we need to address to ensure truly inclusive transport solutions that leave no one behind, please.
Thank you very much. And the speakers before me have really clearly highlighted. I'm very happy to see that all the speakers highlighted the issue of inclusion and leaving no one behind. I do remember a time when some of us would bring up these issues, but the main talks didn't have them. So it is really heartening to see that inclusion, gender inclusion, has become mainstream, and the recognition that we're not going to achieve any of the Sustainable Development Goals, the Paris Agreement, unless we truly look at inclusion right from the beginning and not later. I just want to, in the context of transport, and if we look at inclusion, I want to highlight a few key areas that we need to address right up front. One is, I think somebody talked about how, maybe Mr. Wren, about how only 16%, or one of you, about only 16% of women are in the transport workforce in this region. And even globally, the numbers are not very high. It's under 25%. And in India, it's actually under 5% at this point. So when we want to build an inclusive transport system, which is sustainable, green, and resilient, who is making the decisions? Who is at the table where these decisions are being made? Because if the transport sector itself is 90 or 80% male, where are you going to get the diversity, whether it's women, whether it's people with disabilities, whether it's young people, older people who are going to be part of this decision making? What are the areas that we need to look at? I mean, all of you talked about the public transport system as being central. It was also a little disheartening to see that private transport use is increasing in all of our countries. And this is, I think, something we have to address very centrally. Why is private transport increasing? Who is private transport increasing for? We do know that when you have a good public transport system, people will tend to use it. But the aspiration for private transport is something we have to address. Along with the transport system, the other area that will improve usage is actually the last mile connectivity. We often design the public transport system, which could be the bus system, the BRT, or the metro system, but unless we address the last mile connectivity, how do you get from your metro station or bus stop to your home, to your workplace, especially after dark? It was also mentioned that, for example, for women, the city public transport and public spaces are very different after dark. So safety becomes a big issue, one, in terms of road safety, secondly, in terms of safety from crime as well. Affordability, I think, is the other big area that we need to look at. There are now, I think, for example, in India, one of the issues that has come up in the past couple of years is how to increase women's usage of public transport. And many cities and states in India have actually introduced free bus transport for women. And this has actually shown that nearly 35% increase in less than 5 years of women using the bus system. There's been quite a few studies about this. It was started in Delhi, but it has spread to another 5 or 6 states in India, and it looks like it'll be spreading. Because the fact that we did hear stories that, for example, domestic workers and others would actually walk 5 to 6 kilometers because of affordability of public transport, and now having free public transport actually enabled them to save time, because women, especially poor women, have a lot of time poverty, but also to maybe take up more jobs and to have some leisure time. How much time do I have? 1 more minute? Yeah, okay, I can take the rest up later. Yeah. Along with this, I think I would just want to say one more point is I think the way that public transport system designed initially was really for an able-bodied male worker, and that has to be shifted. And one of the issues that I think across all of our countries is really the work of care. Right, so in the Asia Pacific, the region, it seems that the statistics show that people spend about 11 hours a day on care work. And this includes dropping children, picking up children, taking elders somewhere, going and buying groceries. Now, these are all things that you have to do outside your home, which also includes public transport, walking, bicycling, IPT, last mile connectivity. And unless our public transport system gets designed around these different needs. The need is not just the rush hour of getting somebody to work in the morning and getting somebody back in the evening, but the wide range of activities that take place in the city. So I will end this segment by saying, really, I think the key thing in transport designing is how do we make sure that diverse voices are at the table so that the solutions are actually reflective of the lives and the lived experiences of young people, women, older people, children, people with disabilities, migrants, people who come from other places, and people with time poverty. Thank you.
Thank you so much for so eloquently describing the inclusiveness angle. Let's look beyond the boundaries of the transport sector. I think Director Hadi already mentioned it in her intervention. And I'm looking forward to hearing from Chloe perspectives on the intersection of transport, urban planning, and financing based on UN Habitat's experience on transit-oriented development. I believe there is a specific project in Bangkok that is, I think, giving quite some insights. So please, over to you.
Thank you very much. So, from UN Habitat's perspective, I think it's really great to introduce transit-oriented development at this SDGs Synergies conference because it's such a holistic model that we're trying to promote. So the whole idea is that transit-oriented development isn't about stations, transit stations, but it's designing neighborhoods around these transit stations to make public transportation and active mobility really affordable and accessible and appealing for people. So how do we actually design around that to make transit hubs as community hubs? How do we make them better connected to all the transport infrastructure around them? So we've been implementing a project called Activate Bangkok, together with ICLEI and the Thailand Environment Institute, funded by UK FCDO under UK Pact, with great support from the Bangkok Metropolitan Administration. So what we want to do is frame transport investment as a catalyst for better urban development rather than an end in itself. So how do we think about these things in a really integrated manner? Because they can't really be separate when we're thinking about urban development, climate mitigation, active mobility. So we've done a number of studies already. We did a baseline analysis, and we saw that although Bangkok has been investing really enormously in expanding its rail network, doing things like flat fees, bringing in a number of measures to really expand access to public transportation, still only 27% of Bangkok's residents regularly use it, and rather up to 65% rely on private cars and motorcycles. So we've already discussed a lot of barriers, which I think are common to the region. So we see massive gaps in first and last mile connectivity. So we might have a fantastic train system, but if you have to take a number of different transfers to get to that train station, people aren't going to be as inclined to use it. So what we want to do is promote things like bicycle paths, walkways for people to get to these larger transit nodes. in many cases, environments just aren't very nice to walk through, particularly in hot countries, as many in the region are. So are there shaded walkways that protect you from the sun, from the rain? Is it safe? Can you cross the street? Is there, are traffic rules abided? You know, if cars aren't going to stop for you, you're probably not going to want to walk to the train station. So again, this is why we're really focusing on this transit-oriented development approach, which looks at the neighborhood scale. And so we're going to be starting a number of what we're calling tactical urbanism interventions. So these are kind of small-scale catalytic interventions that focus on placemaking. So how do we make these transit hubs really vibrant spaces that people want to go to? So we're thinking about greening, shade, places for people to sit, connectivity to the sidewalks. So when you come off the train, you can just seamlessly transition into different modes of transportation. And we're even working with local artists. How can we make these areas really vibrant and actually part of the community? So I think this is interesting also from a financing perspective. You know, we can deliver much greater value when we coordinate transport investments with urban planning. So it's not just mobility, but it's also healthier neighborhoods, supporting local businesses, improving resilience, emissions, quality of life. So this is really the kind of broader value proposition of TOD. Maybe briefly, I can also just add, it was recently World Bicycle Day. So we had a transport symposium together with BMA and the BTS, the train system here. So we were discussing a lot about what type of cycling infrastructure is actually needed around train stations. You know, in a place like Bangkok, it's very hard to imagine. There's been some very valiant efforts to have pilots for bicycles where you can rent, but they're often on very busy roads without a cycle path that goes alongside it. So it's great that we have these pilots, but we need to think about things much more holistically in order to make people make the switch. So I'll leave it there for now. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And we're looking forward to seeing some improvements in Bangkok that allow us to take more walks to the train station. I would like to come back to Sadia from the Asian Transport Observatory. Let's talk about the money for a moment. So as we look to financing sustainable, inclusive and low carbon transport and mobility, I've heard some staggering numbers. A gentleman from Bangladesh talked about billions and trillions. So are we investing enough, and how much is enough?
Thank you, Catherine. Okay, speakers before me also quoted a number, 1.7 trillion, which came out of ADB. This year, we updated the number, and we updated it from a transport sector perspective. So if you go back from 2000 onwards, 2000 to 2025, we spent about 800 billion every year. From 2000 to 2025, 800 billion every year on transport to build the infrastructure. And the infrastructure, what we built is actually, compared to the other regions, we have built the most infrastructure. So think of any infrastructure, road, railway, metros. We have built more than 75% of the metro lines which have been built since 2000 in Asia. So we have just started the age of the infrastructure, and we have tried to build infrastructure at a scale and the pace which has never been seen before. And now, going back to the question, how much is required over the next 10 years? We estimate about 2.6 trillion every year. And this is based on the pipeline. This is not an estimation. This is based on the current pipeline and the policy targets, what we see across the countries. 2.6 trillion every year, 3 times more than what we have spent over the last 20 years, 25 years. In terms of the GDP, this is about 2.3% of the GDP. Previously, we were spending about 2.1% of the GDP. As the countries have grown, the economic base has increased. This calls for more infrastructure, more investment. So in terms of the numbers, we are spending more. But let me come to a paradox. We are going to build less kilometers in the UN Decade of Sustainable Transport, what we built over the previous 10 years. From 2015 to 2025, and compared to 2026 to 2035, we are going to build less. Why? The infrastructure has become very costly after COVID. We are going to build 5,000 kilometers less of rapid transit lines. We are going to build 15,000 kilometers of high-speed rail less because of the rapid uptake which has already taken place in the bigger countries. We are going to build 600,000 kilometers of roads. So in terms of infrastructure, even though we are spending 0.2% of the GDP more, we are going to build less infrastructure over the next 10 years. And one of the problems is that infrastructure pipelines are actually shrinking as we see. And there are several challenges. Is it enough? The answer is no. Why? I'll give one example. I have written a lot of numbers, but I will just give one example. One example, let's talk about access, because many speakers before me have spoken about access. Currently in transport, 1.4 billion people, as per the SDG definitions, don't meet public transport access. They live more than 500 meters or 1 kilometer from a metro station or 500 kilometers from a bus station. 1.4 billion. 400 million people lack access to rural transport. Basically, they live more than 2 kilometers as per the SDG definition from a all-season road. So 1.8 billion people currently in Asia lack access to transport. This is based on the SDG definition. If you compare other sectors like access to clean cooking, access to clean water, access to sanitation, basic sanitation, access to electricity, transport is a much bigger hurdle compared to the other subsectors. And are we improving? Answer is no. Currently, we analyze more than 3,000 cities in Asia. Only about 18% of the cities, access to public transport is more than 50%. More than 50%. 90% of those cities are in high-income countries. So in low and middle-income countries, the access is definitely not there. And we are going to build, over the next 10 years, less infrastructure, at least in terms of rapid transit. We are going to build 5,000 kilometers less. We are going to build about 8,000 kilometers based on the current pipelines, what we see. Over the next 10 years, we are going to add 220 million people to our cities in Asia. 220 million. And in terms of the infrastructure, we are building 8,000 kilometers of rapid transit. Imagine the kind of access. Of course, we are building at a pace which is higher than the population rates, but in terms of the access, even by 2035, we project that we will be 70% lower than the current OECD levels in terms of the infrastructure. So there is a great infrastructure gap, investment gap. I can come back and talk about why and how much is required. Actually, it's a very difficult question to answer. How much is ideally required? It all depends on perceptions of what kind of infrastructure. It becomes slightly subjective though. But what I can tell with great confidence is that the amount of money what we are going to spend is very, very less. Take urban transport. If I have time, I can talk about electric mobility. We need 120 billion over the next 10 years only on the electric mobility infrastructure costs. Now, how much is the entire ODA spent on electric transport? It's only about 0.9%. We are going to add 500 million electric vehicles based on the targets over the next 10 years. But in terms of electric mobility infrastructure costs, 120 billion, where are we going to find the money? So these are the kind of challenges. I can go back and talk about the development aid if I have a little bit of time.
Okay, thank you very much, Sudhir. I think now we're all rather depressed. These are some staggering numbers and unfortunately not a very optimistic view. I still choose to believe that sustainable transport can do it. But I think that is a good opportunity now to open the floor to questions. So if any of you would like to ask a question, can I just ask you to raise your hand and then turn on the microphone in front of you once you have the floor, and please state your name and affiliation. And if I can ask you to ask only one question, please. So anyone, questions, please. Yes, gentleman in the back, please identify yourself and then go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Navish. I work in a tech company within public transport in Malaysia. My company is called Asia Mobility. My question is regarding the financing of a proper public transport ecosystem. The challenge that I face within my organization is to galvanize private players to invest within public transport. And the purpose of me going out to private players is to reduce or is to increase my non-fare revenue. So through advertising, through any form of advertising. My question then is there any proper models out there within maybe the developed world, i.e. Hong Kong, i.e. Tokyo, i.e. Singapore, that can be emulated to prove to private organizations that beyond just trickle down economics, there is a proper incentive for them to invest within public transport and galvanize the market to grow and reduce our operating cost in public transport. Because I'm a private player, I'm not part of the government. Yeah, thank you.
Mhm. Thank you for this question. So can I ask who would like to take this? Sudhir, Hong Liang, Dr. Alam, the financing colleagues.
If I may.
Yeah.
There are definitely very good models available across cities to enhance public transport. We can go at length and talk about the amount of money what you can make from the land, but I'll come back to my fundamental question: where is the money? Now, I'll go back to that particular point and try to make a reference to the public transport. For example, we need about 230 billion for only for building the metros based on the current pipeline, what we see for metros, for the LRTs and the BRTs. Now, many times we criticize our MDBs, the ADB and the AIIB. Both of them finance ATO. So basically, I can say that because they have been supporting ATO for the last 6 years, AIIB and ADB. So generally, we think that MDBs basically finance the infrastructure. They do that. But if you go back and look at the official development assistance over the last 50 years, we did the analysis. We look at 77,000 projects. And we found that MDBs actually, or the multilateral and the bilateral support, if I add that bit also, in terms of the total infrastructure investments, they make about less than 2%, 1.9%. So it is definitely that if you think that that MDBs will come and finance all the infrastructure, it is never going to happen. But what MDBs or the bilateral funding agencies and the philanthropies do is they unrisk the capital, they allow the domestic revenue sources to come in, and they provide the finance which is needed. So they provide, the function is to unlock the infrastructure. The function is to unlock on the other capital to come in and build it. They improve the capacity to I think the Bangladesh, the representative spoke about the capacity to invest. So they unlock the capacity to actually find more additional money. And they have been doing this for many decades now. So MDBs have been trying to do this. Of course, there is a lot of scope for improvement. But in terms of public transport, as I said, there are many good models. So like, for example, the Panjim, the bus PP model, what even the AIB was showing, it's actually a very innovative model because you include the urban freight component or the rural freight component in, and it gets additional revenue sources. The others could be advertising, it could be about capturing land, the transit-oriented development, the land rights. Many countries, many cities, many have actually planned for it, and I think there are good examples which are there. But fundamentally, is it enough? Definitely, I go back to this. It is not enough. It's a very pessimistic story when you start looking at the numbers. It is not a very interesting outlook what you have. But we are doing at a pace and the scale. So there is an opportunity that we can find solutions and we can implement it at the pace and the scale. I think most of the MDB their best to achieve.
Thank you, Sudhir. So can I see if there are any other questions from the floor? Okay. Does not seem to be the case at the moment. So maybe while you take some time to think about your questions, I would like to actually come back to Ms. Kapana. Can you share with us one practical example from one country where Safety Pin is active, where a truly inclusive transport solution has been deployed? And what are the key lessons learned from this example that you would like to share with the participants?
Thank you. Every time I listen to Sudhir and his numbers, I'm like, but yes, so there's the numbers and then there's the actual experience of what it is to live in a city or to live in a rural area and experience the transport system. And Karen, to answer your question, there are several good examples, I think, about how to improve transport, but I'm not going to give one specific city, but I just want to say some of the key elements that have come together in quite a few cities that we know. And that is really if you bring together a good network along with last mile connectivity, safety and accessibility. I think these are the four things that we need to address, because what happens is, Sudhir, when you're talking about the numbers, it is true. It is like how many kilometers of metro or BRT that we're building. But along with that, as I think Chloe also mentioned, it is people need, when people move, they move differently, right? The experience of movement is very different. So you may have the BRT or the metro or the BTS in Bangkok, and I've taken it many times. But what happens when you get off? What happens when you when you're trying to get to it in the morning or in the afternoon or at night, especially, or with children, or if you yourself have a disability? And that's where I think a lot of our cities fall short. And the need to, I think, address all of it holistically is what we need. And many of our cities are doing parts of it in terms of addressing the need to link what it is TOD. It's also because urban transport planning cannot be seen independent of urban planning. And I just want to give one example here. In India, certainly, but I suspect in many cities around our region, there's an increase in the platform economy. And this has brought a lot more of vehicles onto the road, right? You have delivery. You may have your Uber and Grab, but you also have the delivery of food. You did have the delivery of groceries. You have the delivery of services. And this has brought a huge number of people, including women, onto the roads as workers. So this is also bringing employment, albeit sometimes not the best employment, but nevertheless employment. But what about how is the city responding to this? So we've been trying to work actually in Delhi to speak to the government to say, how do you address the needs of people who are actually their work is on the street? Right? And what we're finding is two very big things. Chloe brought it up on the issue of heat. How do you rest in between? We don't have resting places. Our cities are not, the green cover is going down. So how do we increase resting spaces? And the other one, which came up at a very big issue for women especially, was public toilets. Now, if you don't have urban infrastructure. So I just want to emphasize that transport infrastructure must be seen in conjunction with urban infrastructure, because at people's lives, you don't transport. It's not that you go differently from in a bus and then you have to go and rest or go to the toilet at another point of your life. It's all linked. So if we place people's experience at the center of it, then we have to recognize that safety, affordability, services, infrastructure, amenities need to be designed along with transport infrastructure. And therefore, when we look even at financing, my plea is not just to the multilateral banks, but to governments, is to see that unless you look at it in a holistic way, you will not actually get people to move in ways that are safer and get people also off private vehicles. Because I think that's the other big thing in Asian cities, is that the private vehicle is the aspiration. And unless we change that, even with electrification, even with more electric cars, you still have congestion. So I think this broad set of issues is what we need to look at to really address, and it's being done in different places, in different ways. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think also for giving us a very clear picture and a very tangible picture of what kind of everyday challenges we still have to solve when it comes to urban mobility or the ability to move safely and smoothly through urban centers. Before we close, I'm just going to give the floor, sorry, Chloe, just hold on for 1 minute. Are there any questions from the floor? Last chance, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, then now, as a last speaker, I'd like to give the floor to Chloe. So I think Pana has already set it up quite nicely for you, and talking about urban transport planning needs to be integrated with urban planning. What are some specific examples related to sustainability and inclusivity considerations reflected in transit-oriented development? Go ahead, please.
Sure, thanks. So indeed, Kalpana set me up very nicely. So I think the point that I really wanted to make, building from this, is that, and we, Sudhir was also talking a lot about accessibility. We often measure accessibility by proximity. Where are the stations? Can people get to a station? Your station is here, your population is here. We heard these figures earlier, but actually that often doesn't represent the sort of lived reality and the real barriers to whether and how and who are using this infrastructure. So I think a very clear point was made about public toilets, for example. Maybe less women are using public transport stations because there aren't public toilets. If you're bringing children, if you have a stroller, you can't take your child to the toilet. It might be very simple, but it could be a very key reason why different groups can't use this infrastructure. So I think that, again, just to say, proximity doesn't necessarily translate into access. So we need to look beyond the numbers to make sure that we design systems that are inclusive and effective. Maybe just also to build on the point about affordability. So often better public transport increases surrounding land values. So from a financing perspective, from a government perspective, this is really a good thing. We talk often about land value capture, for example. But of course, if the land value rises, then often the people that depend most on this public transport, lower income groups, are gradually pushed away from it. So again, we talk about trying to think about things holistically. So really transit development and affordable housing need to be thought of together and planned together. Otherwise, certain groups will be pushed out. Maybe just finally, I think all of these things relate to how we define success. So if we're thinking about indicators, we've been talking a lot about indicators as well. So we can measure kilometers of rail, passenger numbers, investment values, but again, they don't tell us whether the city's actually becoming more inclusive. So let's think about, are people spending less time and money commuting? Can older people, women, people with disabilities travel more safely? Are cities becoming greener, more walkable, more resilient? So I think these are some questions that should really be framing our discussions around investment and planning. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And I think you've now set it up very nicely for Sudhir. So go ahead with the request for short intervention,
Yes,
please.
very short intervention to spread. If you're not pessimistic enough, I wanted to quote one more citation, one more statistics. So Google has measured the mode share before COVID and after COVID. And what it sees is, based on the mode share of 300 cities, measured by one source, one methodology, 90% of the cities have lost walking and cycling mode share before COVID and after COVID. Now, what are the cost to improve walking and cycling facilities? It is not in trillions. Definitely, it is very, very cheap. I'll give you a very good linkage with that. In terms of external costs on road crash fatalities, currently society is paying 1.5 trillion every year. 1.5 trillion is the cost to the society because of road crashes. The amount of investment what you need to improve road safety is only 65 billion. 65 billion, the cost is 1.5 trillion. Imagine what you can do with the money, what you have. The limited money can actually drive a lot of progress. It is just that how you use the money and make it. So just to support Kalpana and our UN Habitat friend to support the numbers, 90% of the cities lost mode share on walking and cycling.
Okay, that's a lot indeed. Thank you very much. And remind me not to give you the floor again, so to avoid getting even more depressing numbers in here. We've reached the end of our time. I would like to thank our speakers and our panelists very, very much. I think we have explored many aspects of sustainable transport. If I can just try to recap a few themes. So we've heard about the role of technology for green for green transport, also for efficient transport. So the need to integrate green technology and digital solutions. We've heard that sustainable mobility is not just one policy measure, but it is a combination of, again, technology, transport solutions, energy, especially renewables, standards, and public transport planning. We've heard about the importance of disaster resilience for many countries in the region, and also the need to have a holistic planning of financing. I like the quote saying inclusive mobility should be a design principle of financing considerations, and of course, the integration with urban planning. We've heard that we move from $800 billion a year to 2.6 trillion every year over the next 10 years, or 2.3% of the region's GDP. I think that is going to be a tall order. And we will need to build more with less with more. Again, let's see how we can do that. And then we have some very specific examples, concrete examples of what it means to actually plan for inclusive mobility. So with that, we can conclude this event. Thank you very much. A big round of applause to all our speakers and panelists. And you will be happy to hear, in case you need a little pick-me-up after all these depressing numbers, there's a coffee break now being served in front of conference room 1, which is one level up, where you attended the opening session this morning. It starts now and will last until 3:45. And this concludes our event. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for this session. My name is Katie Bimson. I'm the Senior Program Officer for Water and Wetlands Nature-Based Solutions, based here in Bangkok at the Asia Regional Office for IUCN. IUCN and our members, many of you which are part of our membership, have been working on nature-based solutions for quite some time. Of course, nature-based solutions isn't a new idea. This is an idea that's been around for many years, ranging from ecosystem-based adaptation to forest landscape restoration to ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction and others. But in 2016, IUCN and its members adopted a definition of nature-based solutions, which we'll get into a little bit later, helping to kind of cement a definition of what nature-based solution means and what outcomes we're trying to achieve with it. This was followed by a UNEA definition of nature-based solutions that was adopted in 2022. So we now have this multilateral, agreed-upon definition of what nature-based solutions are and what they should be trying to achieve. We're seeing them gain speed and gain momentum, and I'm very glad to see many of you in this room today. But that we recognize there's still a long way to go, to see them being deployed at scale, to see them cross-cutting across the many different conventions on the environment that we're trying to achieve, and recognizing their roles in supporting the SDGs and climate resilience for communities. So we're hoping to discuss some of that today and throughout this conference. We're in a relatively small room, so we're hoping there'll be time for questions and you'll be able to engage with our wonderful panelists and discussants today. And we hope to really highlight the great work that's being done already, but also the opportunities to scale that work in the future, whether that's at the very local level, at the national level, at the transboundary, or even at the regional level, to highlight the value of partnerships and working across ministries, across agencies, to really deliver nature conservation outcomes that help people and also help biodiversity. So I'm very happy to see you all today, and I'm very happy to introduce our keynote speech, who is Her Excellency Dr. Shezra Mansab Ali Khan Karal. She's the Federal Minister for the State of Climate Change and Environmental Coordination of Pakistan, and she's been an elected member of the National Assembly of Pakistan since February 2024. She holds a PhD in English Literature from the University of Glasgow in the UK and served as the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Parliamentary Affairs of the National Assembly. She's also served as a chairperson of the National Education Foundation, where she worked to improve access for out-of-school children. Additionally, she's also served as the chairman of the National Commission for Human Development and has represented Pakistan in various international forums, particularly in relation to Pakistan and China trade and commerce. The minister has served as a special envoy on Kashmir and representative of Pakistan to UNESCO. She served as the president of the Women Youth Wing Punjab and senior vice president Punjab for PMLN, where she actively mobilized women in politics and promoted women's empowerment. Dr. Shezra Mansab has also served parliamentary secretary for foreign affairs for the government of Pakistan. So without further ado, I would like to welcome our keynote speaker, please.
Thank you very much for that very kind introduction. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. I just reached today, so my timing is still a bit out. Thank you for being here. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address this distinguished gathering on behalf of the government and people of Pakistan at the 7th Global Conference on Climate and SDGs Synergies. We meet at a critical juncture where climate change, biodiversity loss, environmental degradation, and development challenges are increasingly interlinked. The theme of this conference, which is from commitment to delivery, is therefore both timely and imperative. For Pakistan, climate change is not a distant risk, but a lived reality. The country continues to face escalating climate impacts, including recurrent floods, prolonged droughts, extreme heat waves, accelerated glacier melt, growing water stress, and widespread ecosystem degradation. These challenges are placing immense pressure on communities and are undermining livelihoods, food and water security, critical infrastructure, public health, and broader economic development. Despite contributing less than 1% of global greenhouse gas emissions, Pakistan remains among the most climate vulnerable countries. This underscores the central importance of climate justice and strengthened international solidarity. The vulnerability is starkly reflected in recent flood events. The 2022 floods in Pakistan submerged one-third of the country, affected 33 million people, damaged over 8,000 kilometers of roads and 2 million homes, pushed around 9 million people into poverty, and caused economic losses exceeding USD 30 billion, reversing gains across key SDGs, including poverty reduction, health, education, and food security. More recently, the 2025 floods once again demonstrated the country's continuing exposure to extreme climate events. With widespread inundation across multiple regions, severe damage to infrastructure such as roads, bridges, and irrigation systems, and large-scale impacts on agriculture and livelihoods. Together, these disasters highlight the growing frequency and intensity of climate-induced shocks in Pakistan. Pakistan is home to over 13,000 glaciers in the Hindu Kush Himalaya region and the largest concentration outside the polar area. These glaciers feed the Indus River system, which sustains nearly 95% of Pakistan's agriculture, energy production, and the livelihoods of over 240 million people. However, this critical cryosphere is rapidly degrading. The region is warming at 0.3 degrees centigrade per decade, about 1.5 times the global average, leading to increased glacial lake outburst floods, which have risen by 300% since 2000, along with severe ecosystem disruption. Pakistan has also experienced a mean temperature rise of 0.39 degrees centigrade between 1981 and 2005, compared to the global average of 0.18 degrees centigrade, indicating nearly double the rate of warming. Climate-induced water stress is now emerging as a major development and security challenge with potential implications for food systems, economic stability, and regional harmony, including tensions between upstream and downstream areas. In response, Pakistan has strengthened its climate ambition through its Nationally Determined Contribution 3, National Adaptation Plan 2023, and National Climate Change Policy 2021. Alongside broader sustainable development frameworks, our NDC commits to a 50% reduction in projected emissions by 2035, 17% unconditional, and 33% conditionally upon international support. Adaptation remains our national priority, with integrated approaches linking resilience, development, and economic transformation. Pakistan's updated policies mainstream climate action across all SDGs, recognizing that climate resilience, poverty reduction, food and water security, biodiversity conservation, public health, and sustainable growth are mutually reinforcing objectives. Flagship initiatives such as the Living Indus Project, recognized by UNEP as a world restoration flagship under the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, demonstrate this integrated approach through ecosystem restoration, nature-based solutions, and improved water security across the Indus Basin. In parallel, Pakistan is advancing climate-resilient agriculture, disaster risk reduction, early warning systems, integrated water resource management, and community-based adaptation. However, implementation remains constrained by significant financial and technical limitations. According to recent estimates, achieving Pakistan's climate targets requires investments increasing $348 billion by 2030, while adaptation finance needs globally far exceed current flows. This highlights a widening climate finance gap that must be urgently addressed. Pakistan, therefore, calls on the international community to scale up predictable and accessible climate finance, particularly for adaptation and resilience, to strengthen technology transfer and capacity building for developing countries, to promote integrated approaches that align climate action with biodiversity conservation and sustainable development, and to expand support for nature-based solutions and ecosystem restoration as cost-effective pathways for resilience. Dear colleagues, the science, technology, and policy tools required to address climate change already exist. What is needed now is accelerated implementation, strengthened partnerships, and renewed global commitment. The Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda share a common horizon, and the achievement of the SDGs is inseparable from effective climate action. Climate change is already reversing gains in poverty reduction, food security, health, education, and economic growth, particularly in vulnerable countries. This demands a shift from fragmented approaches to integrated investments in resilient infrastructure, renewable energy, sustainable water and food systems, and ecosystem restoration. The scale of the challenge is matched by a persistent finance gap. The global adaptation finance gap is estimated at 284 to 339 billion US dollars annually through 2035, with needs for far exceeding current flows. Addressing this requires a fundamental transformation of the international climate finance architecture into a system that is capable of delivering real and measurable impact. As we approach 2030, the global focus must shift decisively from commitments to implementation, from isolated efforts to integrated delivery systems, and from promises to tangible results. Let this conference mark a transition from silos to synergies and from pledges to practical action, to collectively address the intertwined challenges of climate change and sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Your Excellency, for those very pertinent remarks. I would just like to reflect a bit on the Living Indus project and program. This is exactly what we talk about when we talk about integrated nature-based solutions and ecosystem restoration approaches, taking a basin scale approach, highlighting how a basin planning can affect from the headwaters all the way down to the deltas of the river. So very relevant example, I think, as we come into this session and as we highlight some of the other examples from our panelists today. So thank you for joining us and thank you for sharing that. Next, I would like to invite my colleague. The clicker doesn't seem to be working. My colleague, Dr. Sandeep Sengupta, who is the head of the Global Climate Change Policy at the Center for Policy and Law, IUCN, to provide his presentation. Dr. Sandeep is the head of our work in Switzerland, and he has over 15 years of practical experience across multiple levels of climate change, natural resource management, and environmental policy making. He's previously worked in government, academia, and international organizations in both India and abroad, and he holds a doctorate in international relations from the University of Oxford and master's degrees from the London School of Economics and the Indian Institute of Forest Management. So, Dr. Sengupta, please join me. Okay, it's working now. You just have to press very hard.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Katie.
Do you want a wireless?
Great. Thank you, Katie. Your Excellency, thank you for those opening remarks. My fellow panelists, dear colleagues and friends. What I'm going to do in the next 10 minutes is try and give you an overview presentation on nature-based solutions, what they mean, and how they can really play an important role in addressing the climate, biodiversity, and other societal challenges that the world faces today, especially given the topic of this conference and the need for us to advance on the Sustainable Development Goals. It is important, I think, to begin by having a common understanding on what we mean by nature-based solutions. My colleague Katie already alluded to the fact that there were these two definitions of nature-based solutions. The first definition was one that IUCN members from across our 1400 plus state and NGO membership adopted at the IUCN World Conservation Congress in 2016, really defining nature-based solutions as actions to protect, sustainably manage, and conserve ecosystems to address societal challenges in a way that provides both human well-being and biodiversity benefits. And this was then followed by a multilaterally agreed definition on nature-based solutions adopted at the United Nations Environmental Assembly in 2022 through Resolution 5/5, which built, as you can see, very closely on the IUCN definition, but then it provided a multilaterally agreed definition for this particular term. But when we actually look at what nature-based solutions means, I just want you to take a look at the pictures on this slide. When we talk of nature-based solutions, we talk of ecosystems delivering solutions for societal challenges across a whole range of ecosystems. It can mean in primary intact forests on the one hand, to mangrove ecosystems on the other, to urban ecosystems, to agroforestry systems, to peatland and other wetland systems, and indeed grassland systems. So we are not talking of one ecosystem type alone, we are talking of a whole range of ecosystems. And why is it important to have a common definition for nature-based solutions? I think in this slide we make the distinction between the solutions that derive from healthy ecosystems, what we refer to as nature-based solutions, to other solutions that also in a sense come from nature, what we refer to as nature-derived solutions, which refer to solar energy or wind energy, and then nature-inspired solutions. But when we talk of nature-based solutions, they are very often described as no-regret options that provide benefits to people in a wide range of situations and scenarios, and as the minister pointed out, which often offer very cost-effective and immediate options. And nature-based solutions are really unique in their ability and in their potential to address multiple societal challenges simultaneously in a way that supports the Sustainable Development Goals, whether it's climate change, adaptation or mitigation or disaster risk reduction, which I'll be speaking in more detail in a minute, or helping to strengthen water security, food security, human health, and address, in a sense, several of the other challenges that we face as society. Now, if we focus for a minute on the contribution that nature-based solutions make towards addressing the climate challenge, what recent studies have found is that nature-based solutions can contribute around, in fact, more than 30% of the total mitigation that is required to limit the global rise in temperature to the 1.5 degree, 2 degrees centigrade goal set under the Paris Agreement. And indeed, in a paper that was published in Nature a couple of years back, found that nature-based solutions actually can help to save around 10 gigatons of CO2 equivalent per year through the role that ecosystem protection, sustainable management, and restoration functions provide. And 10 gigatons is actually more than the emissions that are contributed from the entire global transportation sector, just to give you a sense of the scale. And if we look at the contribution that nature-based solutions to meeting the temperature rise goals of the Paris Agreement, the right-hand side of this slide actually shows that when nature-based solutions are designed in a way to be ambitious and when they're designed for longevity, they can actually help play a pretty important role in helping to achieve the temperature rise goals. But it is, therefore, I think the takeaway is that nature-based solutions are critical for achieving the net zero goals of the Paris Agreement. But it is very important to stress here that nature-based solutions on their own cannot get you to net zero. Net zero can only be achieved through ambitious emissions reduction across all sectors, accompanied by nature-based solutions. And this is a report that IUCN co-published with UNEP, again, about in 2021, where we estimated that even when taking into account all the uncertainties associated with nature-based solutions and the safeguards that are required for implementation, Our estimation was that they could help to sequester at least 5 gigatons per year by 2030, rising up to 10 gigatons by 2050. That's on the mitigation side. Now, the real benefit of nature-based solutions is they provide multiple benefits at the same time. And when we look at the contribution of nature-based solutions from the point of view of climate adaptation and disaster risk reduction, I think most of you will be aware of the important role that mangroves, for instance, provide in building coastal resilience. And it has been estimated, for instance, that mangroves provide over $65 billion in flood protection every year, safeguarding 15 million people against flooding, while at the same time also acting as the most effective per unit option for storing carbon. And even if we look beyond mangroves and take coastal ecosystems as a whole, it has been estimated that coastal ecosystems support over 500 million people globally, with estimated benefits of over $100 billion per year. And equally, green spaces are helping in various cities across the world. I give two examples here in building urban resilience, whether it's in terms of managing stormwater runoff or reducing the urban heat island effect, or indeed while also helping to alleviate and mitigate some of the impacts of drought while removing carbon at the same time. An important point to make here again, the minister highlighted this point through the Living Indus example. My colleague Katie also pointed out the importance of applying nature-based solutions at scale. And here again is an illustration of the range of nature-based solutions interventions, whether it's forest landscape restoration or floodplain or wetland restoration or agroforestry or mangrove or coastal restoration, reef restoration, urban NBS. It's the entire spectrum of activities when applied at scale that help to really realize the benefits of this approach. Now, it is important equally that when nature-based solutions are implemented, they are implemented in the right way. And when we talk about the right way, that is often underpinned by 4 operational caveats. First, they have to be in the context of cutting emissions. So it cannot be a substitute to cutting emissions. It has to be done in addition to cutting emissions. It should conserve and protect existing ecosystems. It should be done in a manner that is socially responsible, taking into account the needs and priorities of the most vulnerable, be they indigenous peoples and local communities. And they have to be ecologically responsible. So you cannot have monoculture plantations established somewhere and call that nature-based solutions. And to help actually in ensuring the rigor of nature-based solutions, IUCN has developed the global standard for nature-based solutions. This was first developed in 2020, and at the Congress, at the IUCN World Conservation Congress in Abu Dhabi last year, we also launched the second edition of this global standard. This standard has, I'm not going to go through all of this, but just to say that it includes 8 criteria and 27 indicators. It's meant to be a facilitative standard that applicants can apply themselves. It's a self-assessment based methodology, but it can really help to adjudicate, in the absence of any other global standard for nature-based solutions at the moment, to provide guidance on what is and what isn't NBS. This slide, in a sense, sums up what I've just said. The top half of the slide, in a sense, encapsulates the work that IUCN has been progressively doing on this topic over the years. But the bottom half is what I really want to draw attention to, which demonstrates the policy uptake of nature-based solutions. So we have started the timeline from 2022 here, when the UNIA resolution that I alluded to was adopted, because it was also the same year when you had each of the 3 Rio conventions, this Convention on Biological Diversity, the UNCCD, the Convention to Combat Desertification, and the UNFCCC, the Climate Convention, each in their decisions recognized the role of nature-based solutions. But indeed, it can be dated back to the UN Secretary General's Climate Action Summit of 2019, which for the first time had a dedicated track on nature-based solutions. And since then, the Rio Convention COPs have been recognizing the role of nature-based solutions in their different COPs over the years. I also wanted to share that the ENACT partnership, ENACT standing for Enhancing Nature-Based Solutions for an Accelerated Climate Transformation. So what is ENACT? This was a partnership that was launched at COP27, jointly by the Egyptian COP presidency and the government of Germany with the support of IUCN. It is a global partnership that brings together both state and non-state actors in order to accelerate collective action to address the interlinked challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss, and land and ecosystem degradation through the application of nature-based solutions. So nature-based solutions offers a common vehicle that can address the goals of all the 3 Rio Conventions. And the purpose of the ENACT partnership is to provide a platform to enable the sharing of best practices and to really build a community of practice to advance this issue jointly. So the goals of the ENACT partnership are the ones you see on the slide, but they are very much focused on building resilience of the most vulnerable by securing around 2.4 billion hectares of ecosystems, whether it's through protection, sustainable management, or restoration, with a view to, in the process, to also provide the mitigation benefits of these healthy ecosystems. And these are some of the reports that the ENACT partnership has brought out in recent years. Just to give you a sense of the collective work that is happening under this partnership. I also wanted to share that the ENACT partnership currently has over 27 members from both governments and non-governmental organizations. And from within the ESCAP region, we are proud to have countries such as South Korea, Pakistan, Japan, Armenia, and Mongolia that are all members of the ENACT partnership. And we would like to invite all other countries from the ESCAP region to also join the partnership. So maybe I'll just stop my presentation at that. And thank you very much, Katie. And thank you all very much.
Great. Thank you, Sandeep. We'll now move to our panel discussion. We have 3 panelists joining us today. I will read your bios, and you are welcome to join me up here as we come to your names. So I'd like to first introduce Ms. Buntita Plengsang. She's the Deputy Director General of the Department of Water Resources, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of Thailand. She oversees and supports the development and implementation of national policy, strategies, and programs related to water resource management, conservation, and climate resilience. Kun Buntita has extensive experience in integrated water resources management and has contributed to initiatives promoting nature-based solutions, water conservation, and sustainable water management. Next, we have Ms. Regan Pyromahakit, who is the Climate Program Lead at RECOFT, where she is working to develop landscape programs in RECOFT's 7 focal countries that employ a forest landscape approach to achieve societal and ecological outcomes at scale. Climate mitigation and resilience are the threads pulling together this work, focusing on opportunities for market-based solutions through carbon projects, bankable nature-based solutions, and a community forest-based approach to climate change adaptation, piloting key indicators and landscape-level monitoring approaches. Reagan previously worked with WWF's Greater Mekong program, championing conservation in transboundary landscapes, and in various roles leading civil society networks on REDD+. And finally, we have Ms. Charlotte Hicks, who's the Senior Technical Officer of Nature-Based Solutions at UNEP WCMC. She works with governments, UN agencies, researchers, and practitioners to build capacity and support decision-making on biodiversity and climate change policy and actions, including on ecosystem-based adaptation to climate change, REDD+, and nature for health and well-being. Charlotte serves as liaison with partners in the Asia-Pacific region and is engaged in a range of projects and activities in the region and globally, including on REDD+ safeguards, integrated land use planning, design, monitoring, and evaluation of EBA and One Health. So welcome to our panelists. Thank you all for joining us today. I think we'll start with Ms. Buntita Plengsang. So could you please share how DWR Thailand is working to create space for biodiversity using nature-based solutions? And how does this differ from maybe more traditional approaches that DWR would normally take? And what are the benefits that it provides?
Her Excellency Dr. Shestra Mansab Ali Khan Karal, Federal Minister of State for Climate Change and Environmental Coordination, representative from UNEP, RECOFT, and IUCN Thailand, colleagues from relevant agencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you. I'm Buntida Plengsang, Deputy Director General of Department of Water Resources, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, Thailand. Thank you very much for having me today. Regarding your question, I would like to introduce about DWR a little. DWR, we are responsible for managing water outside the irrigation area of Thailand and also monitoring and supervising wetlands and also serving as a national focal point for Ramsar Convention. Regarding for the question, DWR is leading the implementations of two different NBS for climate projects in Thailand. First one is a regional project in the Greater Mekong Subregion, Mekong EBA South, enhancing climate resilience in the Greater Mekong Subregion through ecosystem-based adaptation or EBA in the context of South-South cooperation implemented in the Yang River Basin in the northeastern of Thailand. The Yang Basin is covers around 4 or 5 provinces in Isan, no? The northeastern of Thailand. The overall objective of the project is to strengthen the awareness of government and local communities to adapt to the climate change using ecosystem-based or EBA approach, which EBA refer to nature-based solution adaptation involved with a wide range of ecosystem management activities, which can be divided into the 3 key components related to how the project supports or creates a biodiversity conservation. For the first component, we call it a Kutpeng Oxbow Lake restoration to reconnect an oxbow lake to the Yang River because of it has been cut off by the infrastructure development, providing increased habitat for freshwater species, and also providing flood and drought mitigation benefits for local and downstream communities. Furthermore, one of the last areas with the old growth forest around there, in this part of the basin with a diverse native forest that provides habitat for birds, and also the important religious site for local communities that we call San Puta, the spiritual place for the local people that they want to see the conserve for the future generations and also the potential income such for ecotourism to increase the benefits for the local people. And the second component is community forest conservation and restoration to strengthen the local management and restoration of community forests in the basin, often some of the last natural habitat for wildlife, promoting the restoration of local species of trees and other plants to support ecosystem health and the groundwater infiltration, supporting sustainability management of non-timber forest products in the area. And the last key component is organic rice farm, the black rice, shifting from the synthetic fertilizers and pesticides to organic inputs, allow farmers to decrease cost and increase price for the organic product, decreasing pesticide and fertilizer runoff into the river, and also promoting the freshwater health for people. And now I would like to bring your attention to the second project that applies NBS, nature-based solution, which we call it Urban Resilience Building and Nature, or the nickname is Urban Project. The overall project is the objective is to enhance climate resilience in high-risk area, like from up north, Chiang Rai province, and also the deep south in Surat Thani province, which are different characteristics. Through the nature-based solutions, the project integrated the research, engaged stakeholders, and identified demonstration sites to combat the climate crisis, building a more sustainable future for Thailand. And the key component, as I mentioned, there are 2 sites. First one, to restore the floodplain in Chiang Rai, the up north of Thailand. The project is using historical maps to identify the historical floodplains of the Mekong River and reconnect the river to its floodplain, restoring riparian areas with the native species and reducing flood risk. To support the removal of invasive alien species, this is the key, the big problem for the wetland in Thailand right now, and to make sense for the native flora. To set back the levee along the Mekong River in municipality area to create a room for the river for water during the flood season, and also to conserve the river floodplain upstream of the city to help the buffer the climate impact, and designating the site as an OACM under the CBD convention. And also another site is in Surat Thani, which is kind of close to the coastal area for the south of Thailand, to retrofitting the public parks into multifunctional green infrastructure to support climate resilience and provide habitat for local species, conserving and managing the remaining natural swamp forest as a natural infrastructure for the city. This is the kind of urban because it's a green area in the center for the province. To improve the water retention of Khun Thale. Khun Thale Lake is a kind of peace swamp wetland that enhances water retention during the monsoon season. These ongoing NBS projects require more intersectoral cooperation, and this is what different from the conventional way in the past, as some of the NBS intervention fall outside the DWR's direct mandate, particularly with the forestry and agricultural work. However, they also provide multiple benefits for local communities, including increased climate change resilience, support native biodiversity, and creating more green spaces. And last but not least, that I would like to emphasize that the NBS implementation, how it can be a successful implementation, not only for we not only need for a strong or sound policy, but also we need to put more better understanding to share common mindset among the local community and also people to understand how NBS can help them for the long term in terms of climate resilience, how to adopt this idea for daily life implementation, and also to adapt and apply for the future resilience of Thailand. Thank you very much.
So thanks, Khun Buntira, and thanks for highlighting the need for intersectoral cooperation. I think we all see in many governments, we think water is the responsibility of the Department of Water Resources, but really if you're talking about water, you need to be talking about agriculture and forestry and across these many sectors. And as we talk to government, as we implement projects with government, we often hear that that's one of the main barriers and hopefully something we can take a step towards solving this week during these discussions. So thank you for highlighting that and thank you for sharing. Next, we will move to our panelist from RECOFT. I would like to introduce Ms. Reagan Pyromahakit to share some thoughts on how RECOFT is working with member states and local communities to kind of strengthen forest restoration and conservation and the synergies that we see between them.
I do. Thank you so much. I hope it's okay if I take the microphone and walk over there. Otherwise, my head will be craned the entire time. Thank you so much, and good afternoon, Excellency, fellow distinguished panelists, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm coming from RECOFT, the Regional Community Forestry Training Center for Asia and the Pacific, and I coordinate the climate change program. When we discuss NBS, actually a large component of our portfolio is very much mitigation focused, and within that carbon space, NBS is actually a typology within that. However, for the purposes of today, I would like to discuss adaptation and MBS in the context of adaptation. Okay. For those who may not be familiar with RECOFT, we're unique in being regional. Other regions of the world do not have an organization similar to RECOFT, where we work at the intersection between government as well as local communities, supporting the capacity building in the interests of both parties. And we have country offices in 7 countries, primarily within Southeast Asia, as well as Nepal and Indonesia. Okay, what I would like to do is just take an whoops. Yeah, excellent. Take an opportunity to share with you one of the approaches that we've been employing, which is a forest landscape-based adaptation approach. When we talk about forest landscapes, and this is the center point for adaptation, I would maybe clarify that we're not looking exclusively at forests, we're looking at the broader landscapes, which inevitably also include infrastructure, urban settlements, communities, agriculture is a big part of it as well. Why draw the center point to being the forest? The reason is most adaptation approaches have a focus on either disaster risk reduction, on agricultural resilience, but there's very little in the way that incorporates or gives due attention to the role that forests can play either in supporting the adaptation of local communities or in the ecological adaptation of the forests, the ecosystems, the biodiversity themselves. So the purpose in doing this or taking this lens is to draw some of the attention to the forest ecosystems and the role that forests play within these landscapes. Why a landscape-based approach? We have, as a community forestry organization, previously piloted and developed approaches for community forestry-based adaptation. However, looking strictly at an individual community or community forest, we've learned through experience, tends to miss out on the implications and the negative potential impacts on neighboring communities. Therefore, we're quite convinced that a landscape approach is required. And forest sector, the land use sector, is one of the few that contributes to both mitigation benefits as well as adaptation. And certainly through forest-based adaptation, there is mitigation. Certainly where community forests and engaging directly with communities in these forest landscapes is a part of it, there's great potential for social benefits, including with regards to inclusion, with equity, and transformative potential by perhaps making women's groups one of the key beneficiaries or decision makers, looking at indigenous groups, in the case of Nepal, lower caste communities, and beginning to look at how to influence some of the social dynamics through these adaptation approaches. This is a snapshot on the framework that we use. It's still informal, but we have applied it to a number of different countries. The idea or the process is system boundary identification, with forests being a key component of it. Identifying, and I guess one of the unique components is that we go both through the local communities. It's a participatory vulnerability assessment. We're building the capacities of the communities to be able to identify themselves what the climate impacts are and what nature-based solutions to these climate impacts and these vulnerabilities may be. And this is in parallel to science-based evidence. So more of a triangulated approach, the scientific data, cross-checking this, informing the local communities, and ensuring that this aligns with how their lived experience of climate impacts play out. Identifying sustainable livelihood assets, working with them carefully to understand within that forest landscape, what are the natural, physical, financial, social, human assets that they rely on, and how does that interplay with the climate impacts, thereby allowing to to identify with the communities what the key vulnerabilities, what the key assets, and what the key opportunities are. This then allows us to move forward to identifying a list of solutions. This is not limited to nature-based solutions. So sometimes the solutions are gray infrastructure solutions, but should include nature-based solutions. And in our approach, there's micro-level financing available to support those nature-based solutions. This, I had my slides a little bit flipped around here. Nepal is one of the countries where we have worked on piloting this, most recently in Sindhupulchok district in Bagmati province of Nepal. And just to give a sense or an indication of the types of micro scale nature-based solutions, in this district, we worked with a number of CFs, community forest user groups, and over 3,000 community members directly, indirectly benefited. Very small amounts of funding per community, in this case, about 15,000 US. And in most cases, we find there's interest in co-financing from local levels of government. Nepal has local adaptation plans of action, and there are allocated resources to support this. So one of the key elements that I would point to when it comes to scaling up and the sustainability is, in this case, within the forest landscapes, having some sort of a jurisdictional boundary, working at a district, a ward level, etc., a commune level, in order to closely align and collaborate with government authorities, and also recognizing that there are typically those funds available at local levels that can co-finance or support adaptation actions. In this particular district, with these very limited funds, as well as local government co-financing, we were able to establish 3 water recharge ponds. There's been bioengineering, stabilizing hillsides, and in this particular picture that you see, even though the bamboo seedlings to stabilize the hillside were put in place, I think only a month in advance of very, very heavy rains 2 years ago, they were able to withstand the flooding, withstand the rains, and protect the integrity of the hillside. All of this is done, again, with support and in-kind labor from local communities. 57 marginalized households, including 18 Indigenous households, received livelihood support for goat rearing. And since we started piloting these activities, this particular area or district has been known as the goat pocket of Nepal. It's become a major livelihood generating area, focused primarily on women entrepreneurs. Yeah, just some images of community-based, community-led bioengineering, hillside stabilization. The goats. The second case that I would talk about is in Myanmar, where we have been using this approach in the Ayeyarwady Delta area, which is prone to extreme weather events, cyclones, flooding, and has historically lost a lot of its mangroves. So we've been working in the area to support local farmers in identifying climate impacts that are threatening their overall resilience, not just to climate change, but economic, political, health, such as COVID-related shocks, considering what a more resilient, robust system would be, building their capacities while we do it. One of the key interventions in the 7 communities that we've been working with this past year in the Ayeyarwady has been mud crab raising for sale to the Chinese market. And for incredibly small amounts of money, around $100 US per household, we're able to support them in setting up small-scale aquaculture facilities that are based in, around, and anchored in the idea of mangrove protection. One of the key issues, though, that we're finding is in Myanmar, it appears that most of the crabs or the juvenile crabs are wild caught. So the next step will be trying to identify private sector investment opportunities for developing hatcheries to breed these juvenile mud crabs. But what we've seen even within the past year is this activity has led to a 30% increase in household income for the involved communities. So we consider it to have been highly impactful where it has taken place. I guess the question is more how to scale up micro MBS, how to scale up MBS in general, particularly where it's adaptation related. Adaptation, climate impacts are local in nature. Certainly there are broad strokes trends that can be seen at a national level, but the way they're experienced with those specific impacts and vulnerabilities are very local in nature. So how do you accept and acknowledge and define very local realities and connect that to scaling up approaches, particularly when it comes to financing within the mitigation space? We find it much easier to identify private investment streams. In the adaptation space, it's much more difficult in the land use sector, perhaps in agriculture, but in the forestry sector, it's or biodiversity, much more difficult to see where the private investments into land use, land-based adaptation will come. So our conclusion is that working very closely with local government and building those community capacities for them to be able to make those investments, make those participatory assessments themselves is one of the key ways that we can scale this up and take it forward. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks so much for sharing. I think a really great example of the fact that when we talk about nature-based solutions at scale, it doesn't mean it needs to be happening everywhere. It can be happening in very small areas across the country or across a community. So an excellent example of that, $100 per household is indeed very cost-effective if it can be duplicated. So finally, we'll move on to our final presenter, Charlotte, who will share a bit about the high-level policy and a bit of the understanding of the policy landscape. So maybe, Charlotte, a question for you is, how does the interconnected nature of nature-based solution by nature, how does it support the integration of climate and nature policies, and what are the opportunities to scale nature-based solutions to provide benefits for communities?
Okay, thanks, Katie. And thank you to all of the panelists and Your Excellency and all the participants. It's great to be here today. I think we've already heard we've had two great introductions to some of the things that can be done at site level within countries, within communities, and the types of benefits that can generate. We've also heard a bit about the challenges of how you think about upscaling or working across different sectors. I'm also going to stand up because I like to move around. If you guys want to stand up too, I think that's also fine. I thought I would perhaps take us back to the starting point of the discussion today, which is the linkages with the SDGs. And we had an excellent presentation from Sandeep looking at what nature-based solutions are, what are some of these connections with SDGs and with the synergies that the Rio Conventions in particular are very much concerned with. And I wanted to focus in on a few SDG areas in particular, including biodiversity, climate change, food systems, and health. So to begin with, there are lots of important connections across climate change, biodiversity, food, and health. We have a few examples up here. I won't go into all of them, but we know that biodiversity and climate change are deeply interconnected. Natural climate solutions may be able to provide more than 1/3 of the cost-effective climate mitigation that is needed to stabilize warming. I don't know if we're going to hit below 2 degrees anymore, but there you go. In terms of food systems, biodiversity is an essential component of food production. It best tells us that around 50% of the world's population relies heavily on wild species for food, medicine, fuel, and other uses. At the same time, agricultural production, food production, contributes heavily to deforestation, to the conversion of habitats into cropland and other uses, and for the use of water for irrigation. On the health side, there are very obvious interconnections. For example, the risks of zoonotic diseases and pandemics like COVID-19, but also things like pollution and chemical use, with around 385 million cases of non-fatal, unintentional pesticide poisonings occurring every year. And I think of that around 11,000 deaths as well. At the same time, the Lancet Commission believes that tackling climate change could be the greatest global health opportunity of the 21st century. So the actions we undertake for mitigation can also have huge benefits for our health and well-being. So we have all of these different interconnections. We know that international agreements and different processes like the Convention on Biological Diversity, the SDGs, the UNFCCC and others, they all talk about this need to integrate across these different sectors to find these synergies. It's considered essential to have these interconnections and integration in policy and action in order to achieve sustainable development. I think a key message is that nature-based solutions and other types of interventions are also going to be strongest and have the most potential to be effective when they can connect and address these multiple objectives for climate change, biodiversity, and other development priorities. But how exactly do we identify the important interconnections with the SDGs, and how do we act upon them? So I wanted to give two examples. One of them is looking at this SDG climate interlinkages as a diagnostic tool for designing nature-based solution portfolios. And the other one is much more focused at the national level, looking at analyzing and updating NBSAPs, National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plans. Okay, so starting with this particular paper. So this is a paper that was developed not by me, but by my colleagues. So I'd like to thank them for their work. And it looks at this SDG climate network evidence approach. So it's published in Lancet Planetary Health. It was produced under an initiative called Trade Hub, which was coordinated by UNEP WCMC. And it tries to map what are these linkages between the SDGs and climate change across different country groupings. So we're talking about data from 2000 to 2019, 181 countries organized into groupings, covering 400 different indicators used to track the SDGs, and then adding an 18th variable, which is annual average temperature, to represent climate change. The paper tries to identify where these climate change and SDG outcomes are already highly connected in these different country groupings. This is an idea called nexus patterns. To give you an example, it found that the strongest interconnections were probably between temperature and SDG 11. So urbanization, pollution, air pollution, and informal settlements, for example. So when you look at these different nexus patterns, ideally you would have different combinations of nature-based solutions that are tailored to those particular SDG priorities and links with climate change. And at the same time, the safeguards and enabling conditions, for example, finance, governance, and so on, also need to be in place. So the main message is that nature-based solutions should ideally not be treated as a single intervention, but rather a portfolio of interventions that are shaped by the specific connections in that area. Okay. So this is an example from the paper. These are the sub-regional groupings for Asia Pacific. And you can see the main connections or the nexus patterns for each of the sub-regions and some of the MBS portfolio opportunities. So if we were looking, for example, at Southern Asia, Some of the strongest connections from the analysis were related to health, heat, food, water, and livelihoods. And some of the MBS portfolio opportunities include things like urban cooling, restoration of floodplains and watersheds, agroecological practices, and riverine and coastal MBS. Noting at the same time, though, of course, specific countries, specific locations are not always going to fit exactly in the patterns here. And of course, if you're talking about MBS, we also have to make sure that they are supporting biodiversity, rights to land and resources, and participation, and safeguards. So the second example is more focused on Lao PDR and Indonesia in the Asia-Pacific region. And this is based on some work that was undertaken by the Nexus Initiative, looking at analysis and update of MBSAPs. So these are National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plans, and looking at how they can be an entry point for finding those synergies across different government policies and actions and the SDGs. This is a collaboration between the national governments of Laos and Indonesia, along with UNEP, UNDP, FAO, and WHO. And it was a pretty simple approach. For each country, we did online surveys and interviews of stakeholders and experts. We conducted analysis of what are the different policy synergies or opportunities across the different sectors in the context of the update of the MBSAP, or in Indonesia, the IBSAP. There was consultation and focus group discussions and a policy paper developed, as well as sometimes direct inputs to the update of the MBSAP. I wanted to focus in on the example from Laos, and in Laos, we followed this overall approach, but we also had a follow-on activity that was very much focused on the Lao PDR biodiversity policy and health linkages, so SDG 3 on good health and well-being. And that included some analysis of Laos' updated MBSAP against the Convention on Biological Diversity's Global Action Plan on Biodiversity and Health, and a follow-up workshop with stakeholders in Laos looking at what are the opportunities to link up biodiversity policies and One Health policies. So we used a screening tool. This was developed by UNEP WCMC and UNEP in 2025. And it really looks at what is the alignment between MBSAPs, so biodiversity policies, and the CBD Global Action Plan on Biodiversity and Health. It looks at the process, so how well the MBSAP uses this whole of government and whole of society approach. It looks at content, so what are the goals, the targets, and the actions of the MBSAP, and monitoring. How well are health-related indicators or information brought together into biodiversity monitoring frameworks? So this is a very brief overview of some of the findings for Laos. I won't go into a lot of detail here, but you can see that we found some key areas of alignment. The Lao MBSAP is really explicit on strengthening One Health, including policies, institutions, and procedures. Their MBSAP covers a huge range of cross-sectoral targets and actions already, so it does a really good job of recognizing what are the linkages between drivers, between changes in ecosystems and effects on economy and society. The MBSAP also proposes environmental actions and nature-based solutions with the goal of delivering societal benefits, including for health and well-being. And it includes actions that are very specific, for example, to increase positive biodiversity health, linkages such as using traditional medicines, and reducing negative impacts such as zoonotic disease risks. We were also able to see some opportunities where perhaps these connections could be better strengthened, including integrating biodiversity health linkages in assessment policies, so strategic environmental assessment, environmental impact assessment, and health impact assessment. Another area was invasive alien species management, so trying to recognize or promote the management of invasive alien species to ensure food security and limiting plant and animal diseases. In the case of nature-based solutions in urban areas, there's already a lot of actions around urban green and blue spaces, but not necessarily a strong link to physical and mental health and well-being. We also saw that there were opportunities that could be explored for co-financing and cooperation between the environment and health sectors, for example, in climate change finance. Lastly, water quality. There was a lot in the MBSAP around water quality, but not always linked directly to disease prevention and human health. Okay, so just two examples there of ways we can go about looking at these SDG linkages and what implications that can have for designing and implementing policies like nature-based solutions.
Thanks, Charlotte. Yeah, some really strong points there, and I think that analysis is really worth looking at for your specific regions. I see, at least in IUCN's portfolio, very similar trends to that finding, so very interesting to see. And indeed, nature-based solutions aren't just one solution. I think probably all of you know that already, but it's really important to look at all of the different options. In some cases might be gray infrastructure as the best solution, but what we see right now is governments usually immediately jumping to gray infrastructure. So we need to consider nature-based solutions as a potential viable option at the beginning and see where they fit or how we can fit them into our planning. So thanks for highlighting that. We have 6 minutes left, and I don't want to keep you all late on the first day, but we can open the floor to questions for our panelists if anyone has one. Please. Sure.
Myself, Dr. Satish from India. Most vulnerable population for climate change is a rural population. And the all population based on nature-based livelihood option. Is there any integrated holistic approach to for their livelihood option? Livelihood, today there is only one option is to migrate urban area because of climate change.
Was that a general question, or would you like
general.
Would anyone like to take that? So what are the livelihood options for the most vulnerable communities that are more nature-based?
Nature-based livelihood. Mhm.
I mean, I think that's a critical question. And, you know, at Recoft Community Forestry, the idea has always traditionally been that community forestry can provide those livelihood options that people can live well and not have to migrate to urban centers. In some cases, that is the case, and you have certain high-value non-timber forest products, or people are allowed to harvest timber and sell it. But in most countries, most cases, you don't have that option to gain real revenue from timber. There's different regulatory restrictions on that. And non-timber forest products, some of them are high value, but honey, resins, it's going to be limited. There are some cases, and I hope there's a growing body of evidence where carbon projects, whether voluntary carbon projects or, you know, initiatives such as jurisdictional RED, keeping the forests in place, or restoration activities can provide revenue streams. Is it enough to counterbalance opportunity costs from planting cassava, sugarcane, something else? In some cases, maybe. In other cases, no, it's not. It's one more incentive. But I think, I mean, from my own perspective, that's the direction we should be going, that to keep forests standing and to keep people who are protecting the biodiversity, the ecosystems, the water systems, the trees, the forest, to make sure that they are supported and receive benefits, whether biodiversity credits as it becomes a new emerging opportunity or carbon payment for ecosystem services. I think that, globally, the markets, whether mandatory or market-based, hopefully will be able to step in and provide those greater options. So I mean, that's what we're kind of working towards. That's my view.
Thanks. And maybe just to add, the global standard talks a lot about this. It talks about having good governance in place so you're working for and with the most vulnerable community members, whether those are elderly or disabled people, but also has a strong point on the cost effectiveness. So as Reagan mentioned, does it make economic sense to do this? In some cases, if it doesn't, then we continue with maybe the business as usual approach. But what we often find when we do these cost effectiveness analysis, that nature-based solutions do make more money, but we have to understand how to monetize that or how to develop those value chains for the products that are coming from these communities. So thanks, great question. I saw a hand in the back here, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Myself, Dr. Sharda Kosankar, Principal Scientist from CSI Niri, Nagpur, India. Sorry. My question is that, like, we have net zero target by 2050. So in the same line, is there any target for green cover, maintaining minimum green cover for every country? Because there is a lot of diversity in the green cover of every country, because it is directly proportional to the population present in that country. So in our case, in India, our country is most populated, and this year especially we have felt a very heat waves, very strong heat waves, and that was very hazardous to life on that area. So day by day, the green cover is minimizing, which is seen to, this is the picture of so many countries. So in future, maybe we have to come to some certain point that we have to maintain minimum 30 or 33% green cover for every country to balance the overall ecological regulation as well as the temperature of this planet. This is just a question as well as suggestion. And another question is to Hicks, that as you have given the overall picture about NBS, so is there any financial support to the developing countries who are facing the problem of disaster risk as well as environmental problems? So is there any such NBS supporting funds available to the developing countries? And third question is there any capacity building programs for NBS promotion from UNEP and this WCMC?
Okay, so two big questions there. On the green cover target, I mean, most countries will have a forest cover target. I think Thailand will have this, Pakistan, other countries, and increasingly these targets are consistent, which is great to see. Across different policies and programs there, you've got different sectors working towards that one target. Green cover target gets a bit trickier because you're talking about a lot of different things that could be counted as green cover, right? Grassland, different types of vegetation and so on. I'm not aware of any country with a single green cover target, but I think it's a really good point in that forests are not the only type of vegetation that are providing services, and I think different countries may be approaching this in different ways. And Thailand, for example, you also have a category of economic trees, I believe, and trees outside forest. Urban trees, for example, is another one. So I don't have an easy answer for you, but it's an interesting point. Financial support for developing countries. I mean, the short answer is yes, but of course there's a lot of nuance in there, and the funding landscape has changed in recent times as well. There are definitely programs that provide a lot of support for nature-based solutions, and that can include things like the German government's International Climate Initiative, ICI, DAY1 initiative. The DAY1 program is actually open at the moment. They're taking calls for proposals until the end of July, depending on the call. So there are programs that are more suited to going for nature-based solutions compared to others. For capacity building, yes, there is actually a lot of capacity building support available. A lot of it does tend to be these days online. At UNEP and UNEP WCMC, for instance, we have a training course available online called Nature in NAPS, so how to bring nature into national adaptation plans. I'm sure IUCN has various resources available too, and RECOFT, I know you specialize in training, so there's a lot there as well. So I don't know these days how much of it is in person and really tailored to different countries. I think that might be one of the gaps that we see, in that there is increasingly a lot of global programs, global capacity building, online courses available, but nature-based solutions remain something quite context-specific. And I think you do have a challenge in terms of being able to build capacity across different sectors, so that doesn't just stay in the environment sector. And yeah, I'll stop there.
Thanks, Charlotte. We are out of time officially. I see one more hand. Maybe if we can make a very quick question and we can get a very quick answer, and then we can wrap up.
Thank you very much. I am Taimur Ishfaq from Pakistan, and I'm working as an energy professional. So my question is from Deputy Director. How much you guys are successful in utilizing faith as a tool for building the capacity of people, especially in the rural communities? Because in the water resource management presentation, you also mentioned some spirituality and the kind of the religious people which are more inclined towards their religion. So how much you are successful, and what are your leading indicators for using or utilizing faith as a tool for climate action? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. How to say, it's going step by step, no? As I mentioned, actually, nature-based solution is not a new thing. It's only in the root cause of Thailand, as we have the previous king. He already put this theory on ground, but then right now the world is talking about nature-based solution, and then we have to raise awareness of people again, just to remind them we already have it. The Cheek Monkey project is also to keep the water during the flood season and to provide water during the dry season, just for example. And for the local people, they also work with the other relevant agencies, like in terms of youth and also local people, head of villages, to raise more awareness on this. And also one of the things, the political view that more required on nature-based solution implementation. If the political view is more stronger, and then the budget allocation will be more for implementation on the nature-based solution. I don't know, I'm not sure, am I answering your question or not? Maybe Katie may add more some.
So maybe just to add to your point, as Kun Buntira said, we're working in this project in a sacred forest that's around a temple, and it's something we see throughout the Asia Pacific region, areas that have been conserved for spiritual beliefs or religious beliefs. And I think maybe it's something that hasn't been quantified as much as it should, but maybe something to look into in the future, because indeed in Thailand, but throughout this region, we really see areas becoming de facto protected areas because of community beliefs that are very strongly held, and indeed some of the last remaining strong remnants of flooded forests or old growth forests that we see in the area. But thanks for that question. And thank you all for joining us. I would like to thank our keynote speaker, our panelists for joining us and making the time to be here with us. A quick summary of the session will be provided tomorrow, but just to say, we talked about a lot today. And I think the bottom line is nature-based solutions exist. We see them happening in your countries, but we need to make them more intersectoral. We need to scale them up, and we need to work together to bring in more partners, including faith-based leaders, including the private sector, including very local communities, to make them long-lasting and make them really viable solutions to these huge development issues we face that often affect the most vulnerable communities. So thank you for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow. Thanks.
আমাকে ওইটা পাঠালাম কেন, ওটা ওই যে স্যারের পার্সোনাল অফিসার হাবিব পাঠাইছে, তার মানে উনি ডেটটা পাইতে আসতেছে, ওনার এটা দেখে বুঝলাম। দেখছো এটা ওপেন করছো, যদি ইটিনারি রাখছে, কিন্তু ইটিনারি লিখছে, কিন্তু তা না, ওনার শিডিউলটা পাঠাইছে, ওই হেডলাইনটা ভুল দিচ্ছে।
এখন কি শেষ হলো?
দেখো তুমি শিডিউলটা লিখছে 12:45 বিমানবন্দর, তারপর ওখান থেকে এখানে পৌঁছানো, এখান থেকে এখানে অংশগ্রহণ, তার মানে আসতেছে, বোঝা গেল।
ওই দুটা এগুলো আরো দুটা তিনটা ইভেন্টের যোগ করতে হবে, এটা করবে কি? সাইলেন্সারে দিলাম, সাইলেন্সার তুমি আরে পাঠাও
না এখন এখানে আসো, ক্লিয়ার করো, মানে ইভেন্টের মন্ত্রী মহোদয়ের মিটিং গুলা করাবা না শুধু?
হ্যাঁ, এখন মানে আগে রুমে যাই, চলেন ফ্রেশ ট্রেশ হয়ে বসি নাকি? এটা একটা ফাইনাল করে ফেলো, চলো যাই, আগে চলে যাই।
কিন্তু সবগুলা মিটিং উনি করবে কিনা এটাও তো
ওইটাই তো ওনারা জানাইতে হবে, ওই যে বা পাঠাইছে ওরা বলতে হবে যে
না, ওটা আমরা এইভাবে আগে থেকে পারবো না। উনি আসলে কালকে সন্ধ্যার সময় ওনারে সবগুলা কথা বইলা উনি টিক
সেটা
দিবে,
ওনার
তখন
একটা শিডিউল
জানাইতে
নেন
হবে।
আগে, ওনার সাথে কে আসতেছে সাথে?
রবিউল,
তো রবিউলরা বলেন যে
রাব্বানি
রব্বানিরা বলেন যে আমরা বিকালে যে 5টার পরে ওনার সাথে বসবো,
বসতে তো হবে,
তাহলে
কারণ
চলো
ওনার এগুলা
জায়গা
জিনিস এগুলো আমরা
আমরা আগে
দিব। আর বলতেছে উনি অথবা ওনার ডেলিগেশন টিম, আমরা কোনো হাই অফিসিয়াল ডেলিগেশন টিম না, আমরা মিটিং করে একটা ডিসিশন দিয়ে দিব এদেরকে। এটা উনি যে কয়টা করবে ওই কয়টাই হবে, শেষ। আমাদের সাথে মিটিং করে তো কোনো লাভ নাই। আমরা এমন কোনো মানুষ না তো আমাদের কথা কেউ শুনবে। আর সালেন এটা বলে কেন যে তুমি জানা দাও, এগুলো তো ওদের কাজ, ওদের এখানে আসতেছে, সব এরকম করে কেন? তুমি জানাই তোর বিষয় না তো, এটা তো পুরাটা ওরা মনিটরিং করবে। আমরা আসছি, আমরা মন্ত্রীকে সাহায্য সহযোগিতা করবো, এটা তো এম্বাসির কাজ। এখন ও আরেকজনকে বলে
সমস্যা হলো কি, আমি আর আপনি যেমন মনে হইতেছে কি
আমরা কি ঠাকা করে দিচ্ছি নাকি?
না, মানে আমরা বেড়াই যাইছি, আমরা সব সাথে কনসেপ্টটা এরকম।
আর সেইটা আমাদেরকে পাঠাচ্ছে, আমরা ওনার সাথে আসছি, ওনার যদি কোনো রিটেন ডকুমেন্ট লাগে উনি যে বলবে, এগুলো আমাদেরকে রেডি টেডি করে দেওয়া। কিন্তু প্রোগ্রাম কোথায় কে সেট করবে, কি করবে, এটা সম্পূর্ণ সালেহিনের দায়িত্ব। ও আবার ইয়ে বলে, সাইফুলটা বলে, সব এক পাশে।
But it's good to know that Patrick is here.
So that's been one way. Post-conflict communities love inexpensive. Systems basically charge controller, insights to save place to resolve plug or radio. There is an option to equipment itself, hardware, I would say the last 5 years. Yeah. Some of the systems are available in input sensors, which allows you to use the hard they measure real time. Citibank funded program all systems so that David. Yes, we went there with that. Yeah, so barefoot doesn't have like, like billions of dollars where it goes up. It does. So the way it works is that a local ground partner always work through barefoot, right? And then you take funding and you join systems. I'll tell you what you can do for on average, Madrid houses about 60,000 So for instance, that's what's happening. So that's the refugee management work. Exactly how it works. So we try figuring out the right model and then giving it away to people so that they can do it. Geographic context, different model. For instance, some communities pay back their solar systems, right? That's the model in some places. They calculate over 2 years and they say, right, every household wants to have X amount. WWF, they actually pay back half of their solar systems. And when they buy more solar systems, they do another project somewhere else. But in some cases, it becomes part of a community fund. The community fund has built playgrounds and creches for babies and, recreation areas or street lighting around it. Communities have to use that in whatever way they want to. So that's what it's like. What is that? Solar engineers need to make for their that another big so most of are not expecting they're expecting so, the idea is that community owns it, I like it. Let's do it. For the women ranking, they have to come. These women, they just want to be there for girls. they had information. They so, in general, right here. Yes, we give you all the answers. But yeah, there's a good we actually that meeting is about it's a very public discussion that we say we spend this much and so they have that. Because that's all documented. It's they are without fail spending more money except and or in the Pacific Islands gambling, they play bingo for money, like all the Pacific Islands. We could invite a student to come and do it. It puts everyone on a similar understanding of where we're at. It's discourse and creates so already then you have like step two is they have to nominate one. And it's always the village leader who says, my son. Yeah, no. My son is right now. That's not happening. So exactly, it's just when we say it's just women. Yeah, we say that because
If you're looking for
So at the end, that selection process also for every decision. This is like our process. Yes to everybody. Yes. So at the end, you have a fully democratic process. And like the open day. Yeah. And where you really see people work is those that are not also in touch with what It's been a really interesting journey for us.
that would probably work. When it comes to
That's why it's
I'm coming to the program officer.
no, because it's really good. We were like, which I don't maybe nobody has ever come to us with sorry, no, so the one who know is yeah, we were in town together, so that thing is
It's actually quite interesting, you know, the DESA apps, but I'm not sure if it's fast.
Well, I'll look forward to talking to you soon. Good to meet you. Okay, I'm from International Day of the Tiger. Where you come from? Yeah, I think so. Near the military. There are two. Yeah, there are two. Which one did you go? So you go through this roundabout or here? Here. Yeah, I came in through here. Yeah. You need to exit through here. Okay, I have a badge, so I can go anywhere. Just check which way of people roads. Okay, thank you. Good to see you. Good to see you too. It is a regional. Oh, I won't be here tomorrow, but my director will be speaking here tomorrow. Director will have I'm not even sure what she's going to be talking about. You didn't prepare her speech. I mean, it's a option thing. I prepared my director's speech. She's going to be talking about some high level something. Okay. Yeah. Well, nice to meet you. Thank you so much. But great evening. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Just send me an email.
Yeah. So it's an interesting space.
Mindy is the name.
Right.
So send me a mail and I'll put you in touch with her. At least they can send you a catalog of all the different equipment, which is pretty interesting to look at. What's
I'll get paid to be on tape. I mean, you have other organizations. I mean, independent.
Yeah, I mean, it really is.
So because I have to build up capacity too. Like we had something that get more information.
Yeah.
I would do it on my own too. Yeah, on my own capacity.
Yeah.
Or she would.
Yeah.
Yeah. For providing.
Yeah.
So it'd be nice to be on the table with your mom.
Yeah.
Especially regionally, they also meet people.
Well, listen, I mean, it seems the different departments have chart different areas. I think GS is really strong when it comes to GS.
They have access to the ministry. There's only most of that.
Yeah, and that's and that is the I mean,
they don't sitting on the table usually that much on the national level. More the reports or the right. Mostly on regional level. As a result, probably they reach out to the national government.
Yeah.
What you're doing is more like a policy program.
Programmatic. Yeah. Historically, it was the past. It's hard to get that.
Yeah.
That's, I mean, that's the reality.
You have to lobby yourself in, and once you're there, for it's fine at you. I think it's.
Well, and when it comes to, let's say, secure project for the business. You don't do it. It's messy. It's, sometimes literacy levels, it's emotional language events, figure out how to do it. So to me, that's really what it is.
Helping the private sector develop.
Well, yeah, at least, in the short term, that's what it is. Reach this topic, so actually, it's we can have which applies to the infrastructure.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be working. Not being trained.
Yeah. Yeah.
Working with external. Or like we're not tired because I would be interested to learn a bit more what's happening on the ground. The GZ projects are really okay, but knowledge management.
Yeah.
But it's always hard. I'm doing mostly project management these days, but I next year before I'm planning HA and stuff.
I mean, the thing is this, when
You're trying to hire.
Not yet, but I believe we need to. I believe we need to. Mitigation department projects, volunteer department, what's the opportunities restoration. It's hard to do restoration, but it's like red line, which means it's hard to see how to do it. So yeah, that's kind of that's where I'm seeing. Yeah.
Also on a higher level, you need some.
Yeah.
You're working mostly with locals, I guess. To have the link with the local. You're working directly on the ground as well.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, like it's like really